1. I'd like to call to order the Planning and Development Committee meeting for March 23rd, 2026. Tonight's invocation will be given by Pastor Cameron Henderson of City First Church. If I can have you all please stand, immediately followed by tonight's tonight's prayer. We will go directly into the Pledge of Allegiance. Is Pastor Cameron here?
Present.
Right.
Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that for today's meeting that you would give us wisdom beyond our years and our understanding to make decisions that will impact the future and change lives of the many that represent the city. We ask that you would bless our discernment, may it be truthful, may it be just, and may it be for the greater good for everyone. Guide our words, guide our decisions, guide our choices, and in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mayor McNamara for tonight's proclamation.
Good evening. We have one proclamation this evening, and it is for Social Work Month, and we have Mary Trujillo as well as maybe other social workers with us.
I know. Hello, happy Monday.
Yes. I'll give that to you, Mary. Whereas social work is a profession truly dedicated to helping people with the primary mission of enhancing human well-being and helping meet the basic and complex needs of all people, especially the most vulnerable, oppressed, or living in poverty. And whereas social workers follow a code of ethics that call on them to stand for equity in every community, uphold human dignity, and fight injustice. And whereas social workers positively impact the lives of millions of Americans daily in hospitals, school, child welfare agencies, community centers, and with federal, state, and local governments nationwide. And whereas for more than a century, the social work profession has worked to improve society by playing a role in establishing a minimum wage, promoting behavioral health, social security, Medicare, and working to ensure equal rights for all, no matter their race, sexual identity, gender expression, culture, or religion. And whereas social workers are on the front lines helping solve pressing social problems, including increased demand for mental health services, an opioid addiction crisis, economic inequality, they confront oppression and racism, advocate for human rights, and advancing fair policies for all persons by obliterating barriers that prevent individuals and families from thriving. And whereas in 2026, Social Work Month theme is Social Workers Uplift, Defend, and Transform. It shines a light on the resolute spirit of social workers who transform lives while bringing hope, healing, and justice to the communities they serve, especially in times of profound change and challenges. Now, therefore, I, Thomas P. McNamara, as the mayor of the city of Rockford, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 to be Social Work Month. Just want to say on behalf of Rockford to all of you and all the social workers out there, thank you so much for your tireless advocacy, especially for those who are marginalized. So thank you so much. Mary, would you like to share a few words?
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor McNamara, for this proclamation. I think it's so important to shine a light on the social work profession, especially nowadays when we are battling even it being considered a profession. We are in, the schools, we're in the hospitals, we're in government, we're in the Veterans Administration, we're in a variety of different areas doing this work, helping advocate for rights for the families and youth and with whom we work. And so I really appreciate everybody here tonight listening to the proclamation, and wanted to give a shout out to my fellow social workers here with me tonight. The work you do is so important. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move into our public speakers. Just as a reminder, all public speakers will have 3 minutes to make their comments. We do have 2 microphones located at the back of the horseshoe. Once your 3 minutes are up, you will hear an alarm sound, and we just ask that you bring your comments to a close at that time. That being said, our first speaker tonight is Andrew Petroselli.
Good evening, my city. Tonight, I'm here to talk about an independent candidate who is truly of the people, by the people, and for the people, as he would be Winnebago's first county clerk of Hispanic heritage. I, Andrew Petroselli, am that candidate, a technician who believes political change is not only possible, but also a power of the people. Now, I love this city because I see no shortage of room for voices of progress. I believe in a revitalized Rockford, and I would be honored to be at that movement's forefront. This includes representing the younger generations in public office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Matthew Wilder.
What up, Matthew Wilder? Just a regular guy here to talk about vital resources that are theoretically going to be compromised by billionaire initiatives, and that we should hold them accountable and put a moratorium in place until we have more information, done more ecological studies, more environmental studies, and actually have talked to the community of how they feel about it and how it will affect multiple things, from the environment to the community and to the people that directly live around it, and not to be just like sequestered to nothing as if they don't exist. And there's like at least 30 plus farms and farmettes that surround that will be directly, their livelihood will be directly affected on a daily basis for the rest of time. That being said, we really need to just pump the brakes, because I'm not here on a smear campaign against artificial intelligence specifically. That's a different conversation. It's that there's not much transparency, there's not much information, and this could affect the water table, which could affect the bees, the prairie, it could affect people's well water, it's just for a negligible amount of jobs that aren't necessarily going to be long-lasting, and I feel like there's a lot of propaganda out there on both sides, and we just need to clarify what is true and what isn't, because that's very important. And if nothing else, how could we gamble something like water for some kind of financial gain in any capacity ever? Because like they talk about people of our generation not having kids anymore. Why would they want to bring kids into a world where our public leaders and the billionaires that say they're there for our benefit, well, not the billionaires, but the public leaders, they actually care about the future of our children, of our ecosystem, of our prairies, of our bees, of our water table? And why would you convert farmland into an 1,100-acre data center that would cost $12 billion and really offer nothing to the city of Rockford? Sure, it was an industrial town, but that ship has sailed. Do better and get more clever and find better things. Converting jet fuel for the airport would be sort of an all right idea if it didn't have detrimental effects on the environment. That's what they bait and switched. They were like, we're going to do this, and now we're going to do that. There's not enough information. I don't even believe it's zoned yet. And is it really I-2? Sounds more like I-3. It's not light duty. At one point, data centers might have been. They don't seem to be anymore. And if they spent more money, they can make them better and more environmentally sound, and they could choose better places to put them. So really, just slow down, think about the community and the citizens of Rockford and beyond, and really it should be an international movement and not just a here and now thing. So at the end of the day, are we really willing to gamble vital resources? I love you all. Yeah.
Thank you. Our next public speaker tonight is Prophet Yusuf.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the book of Psalms, 118th chapter, the 8th verse, it says it's best to put confidence in God than to put trust in man. Man will fail you every time. What I want to speak about tonight, the power to reduce gun violence we have in Rockford by using my 14-point system that I invented. 1, give people jobs to pay good wages and benefits. 2, have the bus run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so people can get to jobs. 3, have free daycare service so women can get to jobs or go to school. 4, have affordable education. 5, have affordable homes and rental apartments. 6, give mental treatment by opening up all the mental facilities in Rockford. 7, open up drug and alcohol treatment facilities. 8, give felonies a second chance, like God gave us with his grace and mercy by giving them a job and a place to stay. 9, increase the quantity and availability of parent workshops throughout Rockford. This will empower families with support to help them steer their children toward leading socially and economically productive lives. Strictly enforce curfew laws by having children who are under 18 who's not going to work or school to be in the house at 6 p.m. All people who live in Rockford must have an ID in their pocket. Most fatal shootings take place after midnight. Many young lives could have been saved if the victim had simply been inside as required by law. 11, expand drug court, other therapeutic court models, and mental health service. These programs ensure that participants with criminal cases are released back into society with support service that reduce the likelihood of them committing a violent crime. 12, charge individuals pulling the trigger and co-conspirators with domestic terrorism. It is clear that the small minority of individuals responsible for neighborhood violence do not fear the law. 13, increase the use of the sheriff, state police, and forest police and high crime areas to help Rockford police. 14, increase penalties for people illegally in possession of firearms and expand gun buyback program. This would help reduce the violence and crime in Rockford. Also been want to tell Alderwoman Ann Thompson and my good friend who worked for the Human Service Department and Mr. Nate who works in the bank. And I'm glad you're here tonight, Mayor McNamara. I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time too. I don't like you, I love you, and you can't do nothing about it. And happy birthday, my good friends, and I wish you many more, and God bless you and your family. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to my good friends, happy birthday to you. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Alexander Thingfold.
I know that amongst the audience, this isn't going to make me very popular. I'm an OMIS business student at NIU, which is Operations Management and Information Services. I'm the one who will be pulling the data from data centers like this. Last fall, all 3 major data centers, and I don't mean individual centers, but all Amazon hosted websites went down. All Oracle sites went down. All Microsoft sites went down in the course of 10 days. If Amazon is offline for 1 day, it costs the economy approximately $1 billion. Data centers are important because without data centers, we don't have business. We have gone to the point where everything is subscription. You pay a subscription to have your server on an Amazon server. Now, The problem with this is that data centers have not been built with technology that has been around for decades. They need to be using liquid cooling. This is not what is being done now. Now they are spraying the rooms full of water and using large amounts of air conditioning to cool the CPUs. If the CPUs are submerged in liquid, which is a combination of water and another substance, it goes through, eventually hits a radiator, which cools the water. Now, that can be used to turn a turbine to produce additional energy. This would actually make a data center not be a drain on the system. And if a data center is going to take up that much farm space that we won't be able to get back, Bloomberg and Forbes are saying that the AI bubble will burst in 2028. What happens if we put all this money into it? I am pro data center if they are done correctly. The problem is they don't have a good reason to do it ethically and ecologically soundly unless we require them to do so. They need to use liquid cooling. They need to pay for any upgrades to the electrical grid. They need to not leave all of the cost on the taxpayers. And they need to actually be socially minded, not just about ecological things, but how it will affect the community. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Alex Thingvold at protonmail.com. I can give you a great deal of information as well as backing up that data with actual facts. We need more data centers. If they go down, it destroys the economy. The problem is we need them better. Thank you for having me, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next public speaker is Carson Roberts.
Tonight and in recent weeks, we've heard mention of the environmental impact of data centers, the financial impact they have on people in the area, and the fact they create construction jobs that are ethereal in nature and highly specialized maintenance jobs, the responsibilities of which are often fulfilled by out-of-town specialists. But I want to highlight something else, which is the capacity for AI to create nude images of people from originals in which the subject is clothed. More and more, this technology has been used to create child sexual abuse material using images of real children. Reports have stated that up to thousands of images per child have been generated. My partner, Celeste Rube, who spoke here last week against this data center, she worked for over 2 years as a before and after school caregiver at a Montessori school until she recently found employment at the new Rockford Public Library branch downtown, setting up programs for kids. I do volunteer tutoring every Tuesday with a kid from Chicago, and I help out a family friend's kid with math every Wednesday. When I was a kid, the worst I had to worry about was the popular kids making fun of me online, and most of the people in this room didn't even have to worry about that. But kids today have to worry about pissing off the wrong person and getting AI-generated child porn of them passed around the school. What's worse is that has already happened. And I could go into instances of this happening nationwide, but I don't have to because it's happening here too. I spoke about this issue at the event held by Alderperson Meeks at the library on March 10th, and there one of the other organizers let me know that her kid was friends with someone who experienced this harassment at their school. To each alderperson here, if you vote to allow this data center to be built, what you're telling your constituents is that child porn is not a deal breaker for you. If you vote yes, you prioritize a small bump to our economy over keeping our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes tonight's public speakers. We'll go ahead and move into the planning and development agenda. Before we do so, Clerk Green, please call the roll. Here.
Here.
Present.
Here.
Thank you. Item 1 is an approval of the 2040 future land use map. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, and we do have a presentation here tonight, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Cobb.
My name is Colin Bell. I'm the city's planning and design coordinator, and I'll be presenting this evening. I wanted to first remind committee that we were here about a month ago as we started the 30-day public comment period for this plan. As such, the 30-day public comment period has ended, and we'll be having this evening's discussion. So again, we're just going to be going over the 2040 future land use map, which will be the first amendment to the city's 2040 comprehensive plan. The original land use map was last updated in 2005 with a significant amendment in 2011. As we remember, in 2023, we adopted the 2040 comprehensive plan, and this would be the first amendment to the comprehensive plan. So this map is a long-range policy guide. It's the city's vision for how land may evolve over time, a tool to inform zoning review, infrastructure investment, and development proposals. The First Amendment to the 2040 Comprehensive Plan is mentioned, and a framework for community discussion, coordinated decision-making. The map is not a zoning change. It does not authorize any development or alter existing land use entitlements. It is not a reduction of legally established property rights, or a mandate requiring property owners to redevelop or make changes to their properties. These are the new land use designations for the future land use map. And at this time, we're going to take a quick look at the previous map that we currently have that we'll be looking at that we're updating here. So the way the map is currently displayed on our website and able to be viewed, it's actually 43 separate maps, and you have to kind of guess which one you're looking for. So I usually start with map 1, scroll down, and you can use this key to sort of get an idea of where you want to go in the city. Not very productive, as well as not showing that much detailed information. This is the downtown area. It's a static map. You can zoom in, but you're not going to see any more information. There's no aerial photos. As such, it's a bit cumbersome. This is the new mapping application. You can print from this. You can create maps from this as you wish. But the beauty of this is that you're able to zoom in very, very close to see block level data. And the information here is based off of the current land use, which was also updated. And this information here is much more detailed, but at the same time, it has much less categories, reducing the confusion. The previous map also combined multiple categories together, further making more confusing. There were different hash marks, multiple different colors, and again, it was just very hard and cumbersome to navigate. There will be more functionality added. We will be adding more layers to this, such as possibly bike trails, things of that nature. We do have a legend that you can view here, and you're able to turn, in the future, we'll be able to turn those categories on and off as well. So these are some of the key planning themes. Guided growth, it directs development toward existing corridors and infill areas, reduces urban sprawl and overextension of the public services, supports orderly and efficient use of our infrastructure. For housing diversity, we're looking to support single-family, townhomes, multifamily, and mixed-use development. This is based off of the 2024 housing needs analysis. And also, we're looking to focus on workforce and attainable housing outcomes. For economic development, it helps to reinforce commercial and industrial mixed uses. A new technology industry designation for tech and R&D growth. It supports job attraction and workforce housing links. And also, there's also infrastructure and sustainability, such as aligning land use and transportation, protecting the floodplains, greenways, and natural resources, and also to help coordinate with capital planning and our planned growth patterns. Of notice, some of the notable changes from the last map are that it did not include any water resources. So we spent a lot of time mapping those out, digitizing those, and including any waterway or water channel that was in a 100-year floodplain, and that was a substantial task. As you can see over here, Levings Lake has a creek that runs out, which is the South Fork of the Kent Creek. There's a couple privately owned ponds, a couple more over here, and that drainage heads north to a couple more ponds. This is all new information that was not in GIS or included on the last map. Some other noticeable changes based on some of the public comments that we got were that it would be nice if there were some more mixed-use classifications throughout the region, above and beyond what we already had. So we've taken the Broadway corridor and expanded a little bit in this area to the south and north, included an area over here. We included Avon, which this is where there's a proposed project over here for mixed use. We've got the former Essex site. This is above OSF Medical, and there's a few more here, including, very importantly, Coleman Yards. This is just a few of them. I think that we've added about 25 or 30 additional areas that we've already identified as possible housing locations, but we think that a mixed-use development would be preferred there. Additionally, residential development was examined in detail due to the number of studies that we've had recently done, and the fact that we know that we lack housing right now in all areas. So these definitions for housing, the low, medium, and high, were based specifically on our zoning designations of R1, R2, and R3/R4 to align with that directly. The last map was pretty much just done by looking at an area and kind of using your best judgment to decide that. As such, large parts of the city have no variation in the housing density, and when in reality there is definitely differences in those housing densities in those neighborhoods. So you'll see a lot more detail in the housing layer as well. And again, some of the notable changes that I didn't want to outline that I wanted to briefly mention were, again, the methodology and data improvements. The technology has vastly improved since 2005 in just aerial photography, let alone, but geographical information systems has much higher resolution and data available to us to do a better job. Again, we expanded the geographical scope. It covers all the unincorporated islands this time as well, but also all the way out to our adjacent municipal boundaries, which is called our ultimate planning boundary with our neighboring communities. The housing integration was key again. This was based off of the housing needs analysis and market study that we had done recently, and the fact that we're projecting a demand for several thousand additional units and or rehabbed units that exist currently. So again, these densities were a lot of time was put into the density analysis to determine where we would want these houses to be placed in the future through the infill development process. Again, it aligns with the comprehensive plan, which is very important as well. And this time we are going to hold ourselves accountable with the ongoing maintenance. We'll be looking at this every year, at least every year, to make sure that it runs with true to the planning that we see for the future. So that's a very important process. The last time, like I said, it wasn't updated since 2011. So the public engagement process, which was concluded a few weeks ago, we made the interactive map available to the public. We put a 30-day public comment period out there. We did receive quite a few comments, and from both residents and businesses alike. Most of those were submitted via email, but we did have quite a few phone calls as well. So the value of that public input, it ensures that the map reflects our local priorities, it highlights concerns, and it also strengthens transparency and community trust. So again, we responded to every comment, sometimes multiple times. We had some discussions with individuals and actually sat down with some of the individuals who submitted comments and made sure that their concerns were addressed. Based on those conversations, no major changes were made. A couple of minor modifications were made to the symbology and the color of them, so they were easier to distinguish. That was probably one of the bigger changes that you'll see. So again, these are the next steps. The committee review right now, we're looking for a committee recommendation, and the next process after recommendation would go to City Council, and then, of course, ongoing updates that were just mentioned. And at this time, we'll take questions and comments.
Alderwoman Hoffman.
Thank you. I believe you answered this already, but I just want to be perfectly clear for myself and for everybody who's come this evening. This is not a vote for a data center. This is merely changing our 2040 land plan, correct?
Correct.
Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. First of all, Colin Bell, thank you for a tremendous job. And I know the whole department contributed to it, but what a tremendous job you have done for quite some time, compiling this, updating this, getting this information together. You have put in so much blood, sweat, and tears into this project. And I know there's more to come, but thank you for all of your efforts. It's very much appreciated, because what you were showing prior, who could comprehend how to get to what we need to get to, right? That's crazy. I want to ask a question. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me prior to kind of go over some things, but do we currently in this city have a need for more industrial land? And I can pose it to either one of you.
I think I could answer that, and I think the answer that we've determined is yes. There was many areas along Bypass 20 and I-90 that were targeted for residential development, and I don't think anybody really wants to live next to these highways now that are carrying 70,000 cars a day with all the noise and traffic and everything. So easy access to those near the interchanges, et cetera, we're targeting those areas now for industrial growth. So we have included a lot more, especially around the airport on the south side near Highway 2, some of those areas. So like there's a large area of industrial that came in based on some of these changes just a few years ago, right off of Highway 2 and Bypass 20 on the southwest quadrant. So yeah, we feel like this has addressed some of those needs. So.
And so I'm going to stick to kind of my ward and my area. Is it because we're kind of located on the, I don't know what you just called it, but the entryways into the city, exits out of the city? Is that why the area where the former Singer location was kind of targeted for an industrial planning?
So that area we looked at hard, and based on the fact that North Rock Industrial is right across the street and has easy access to Highway 2, also access to Riverside over to I-90, taking the Springfield, extension around, or Riverside around to Springfield, easy access back over to Business 20 and Bypass 20. We felt that the topography, the existing infrastructure, and the fact that, we've seen quite a bit of that area fill up with industrial, it made it more ideal for an industrial development to help bring jobs to an area that we think, could use some more jobs, as a matter of fact, which could help with our commercial development as well as residential.
Could it bring storage as well?
I don't think we want to see any storage there.
But could it?
But there's always the potential that anybody could take industrial property and put storage into it, yes.
So I'm just going to be on the record again stating that in that particular area where the former Essex location is, and this is a preference I feel that is happening right now, it's a preference from our city to make that change, to say that we would like to see that as industrial. And that applies across the board for a lot of what's going on with the land use changes. Some of them are needed, some of them are what we have done the research to exclaim that this is how it should be. I think there could be people, planners, that feel that a residential future use could be useful in that area just as much as the industrial, considering the need for housing that was stated. I don't know how many areas there are, and I think we won't know those answers until we get that infill map that we've talked about of how many specific areas are going to be available specifically in the 12th ward. But for me, what I know and what I have heard for many, many, many years is rooftops bring retail. And I think it's very important that we consider housing in as many places, and I know we've done it, we've made changes, future land use changes with this plan, and I think that that's great. I would like to see more of that coming into the 12th ward. And I believe that that's what a lot of people would agree with, especially in the neighboring, it's right by a school, it's right by housing. I mean, we're just getting to a point where, yes, we do have a location that has been zoned industrial for a long time. I just don't want to see that direction grow in that particular area. But it's just a preference that I have, and I feel like there would be several residents that would agree with my analysis of that area. So it just kind of shows me that what we're talking about here is, in some forms, preference of how people feel we should be moving things forward. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then the only other question that I have, I know we're not here to talk about a data center or anything like that, but I do have to ask, is there a way we can pull up where the data center is expected to be on this map? In that area there, zoned right now completely as I-2? Is that correct?
That whole area is designated for industrial. It's all zoned I-2 at this time, all the parts that are in the city, both on the Winnebago County side and the Ogle County side.
So there's two different sides, one's Ogle County, one's Winnebago. And is there no portion of agricultural in that specific area?
For the future?
For now.
For now, most of that area is agricultural.
So right now, and I know
The use is agricultural,
yeah,
but the zoning is industrial.
I just want to understand that one more time.
This land was brought in by, it was the Wolfenberger family. Mr. Cagnoni can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's who it was initially. And they brought it all into the city back in, I think it was 2008 or 9, and then it became contiguous in 2011, so that annexation then was enacted. But they had asked for industrial zoning, and they were granted that zoning.
Okay. So right now, its current use is industrial.
So it's eligible for industrial uses, so, but it's agricultural right now. It's no different than a plot of land that out on East State Street or just off of East State Street where people were zoned commercial, and they continued to farm them for many years, even though they were zoned for commercial development. So it's a very similar situation.
Okay. And so, yeah, I appreciate you kind of explaining that so I get a better understanding. I think there is, a conversation on my end, too, of how much land that is deemed agricultural right now is switching over to industrial. Is there a way that I can kind of see that, like side by side or something like that, where it would show me the land that was formerly agricultural, that's the future land use is looking to change to industrial?
So you can take a look at the current GIS map without the layers on it, and then compare that to this future land use map, and you'll be able to see that. You can kind of see the transparency. I think you can reduce that transparency a little bit. You can see what areas are currently just agriculture, and that would include all zoning districts, because there's going to be areas on this map that are not just being changed to industrial. Some of them have been targeted for residential for years, commercial for years, 40, 50 years on these old land use plans that we've had, and they're still not developed. but it's just a continuation of the planning process in which we designate those areas for that type of growth in the future.
And are you finding those residential areas staying the same as residential, or are you seeing us in this map change things up in those areas as well?
I think for the most part in the low-density residential areas, we're seeing them stay the same. It's more the medium-density, high-density stuff that was next to the highways that we wanted to change to industrial.
Thank you so much.
If I may, one quick thing on the Essex site. We are designating that as mixed use. So we do agree with your assessment that.
Essex or Singer?
No, the Essex, because you mentioned Essex.
I meant Singer.
Oh, you meant Singer?
Sorry,
Okay, I
yeah.
just wanted to make sure. So,
Definitely meant Singer.
right.
Alderwoman Torina.
Excuse me, thank you for allowing me to speak on your committee. I do see under the layers, first off, thank you for your work as well, Colin. I enjoy working with you on this kind of stuff. The Rockford ward, so if I want to speak to a potential out-of-town developer about developing specifically in Ward 5, they are able to differentiate by ward?
Yeah, so sorry, here are the words right here, yes.
Perfect.
Like I said, we'd be adding more functionality in the future. You'll be able to turn them on and off. So you wanted to look at just one ward.
Okay.
Get to 5 over to the
So that's
I can't.
a future function, or you're saying that works now?
So you can highlight them now, but we want to be able to turn them on and off independently.
Yeah.
We've had that request by a few individuals that some of the layers would be nice if they were able to be manipulated further.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question. How often is this map updated?
So previously it hadn't been updated since 2011, but to answer your question, we want to look at it at least every year. For example, it could be less than a year if there was a special project or a major project that we knew was moving forward. We could make that change then at that point. But as a reminder, it has to go through council.
Right.
We can't just make the change ourselves. They would have to go through the same process again for that specific site change. So we would like to do it at least every year. If there aren't any changes necessary, then we could, go a little bit further, but we expect there to be.
I asked, because I was wondering if it was like done real time as council is approving things and you're getting it updated. That way residents, like as they're asking, they have that transparency right there to where they're able to see that.
So for the future land use, there will be a little bit of a lag, but we do have that we're not even talking about it, of course. We don't need to be, but the current land use was developed prior to this in order to get here. So the current land use, yes, that will be updated internally by staff as needed. And it's updated automatically when I make my changes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Alderman Salgado?
Hey, Chairwoman. I got a couple questions for you. The first one that I have is you mentioned some changes that the public brought recommendations to you guys, and you said there wasn't major ones. Can you give me an example of some of the discussion that the public brought forward that?
Sure, yeah, so one of the main ones was the categories. People were having trouble looking at and discerning between the industrial designation and the transportation designations, which were both grays. They were just different gray scales. So we added a hatch mark to the industrial to make it stick out a little bit more. Also the same with the residential. It was a light yellow, a medium yellow, and a bright yellow. That just wasn't working. There wasn't enough variation. So we actually changed one of the colors completely and then put a hatch mark on the high density residential because that was the one that we wanted to pop the most. And we did speak with Cottonwood Airport pretty extensively, and they just wanted to make sure that our land use designations, our future land use designations, aligned with their future goals of staying as an airport and wanting to be an airport. And they were just a little bit concerned with some of the stuff they saw on the map. We met with them a couple times. We invited them in, had that discussion, and we're very amicable, and we came to a conclusion. And as such, the airport is industrial, which that's what it's zoned as, and that's what they wanted. Same with the Rockford International Airport, that also is zoned industrial, so the future land use for that would be industrial. I think that those were really all the comments. We had, the majority of them were for Cottonwood. And like I said, we had some really good meetings with them.
Sure, thank you. My next question that I have is on page 1113 of this packet you provided us. I know that there's a lot of talk that you know, there is going to be a need, there is a need of multi-units and housing in our city and so forth. I can't remember the exact number that has been put out there. So my question is, based on the maps that you guys created, is there new updates on the high-density, medium-density locations where some of this potential opens up for this high-density and medium-density for these additional units or housing?
For sure, yeah. I can think of a couple locations. There's a site up on Riverside right now that's being actively marketed, and that in the previous map, I believe, was open space, or priority acquisition, sorry, which is the type of open space. That's not really aligned with what we see in the peripheral of that little area there, so we made that modification to show that as medium-density residential. There are a couple other locations throughout the city too, but to your point, you said it does follow our zoning classifications, and we wanted to, as most land use maps, they want to align current similar uses near each other, so we followed those guidelines. Yeah.
So this may be for Scott, a question. So say, for example, it's not as zoned as high density or medium density from that perspective. If a developer came forward and said, hey, I'd like to propose in these certain lots, a multi-unit complex, I'm just throwing things out there, 20 unit, 30 unit, if it's not in that high density or medium density, how can someone still go through the process, or can they not go through the process on getting that developed?
Oh, anyone can go through the process, Alderman Sagata. It's if you want to attempt a zoning change, we'll work with you. We'll help you fill out the applications and everything. The staff may not recommend approval of it, and the zoning board, then that's a whole other story. Depending on public input and things like that at these zoning board meetings, it makes a big difference to a lot of the members. They listen to the pros and cons. So anybody would have the right to read. If we see something, we say, hey, it should be low density residential, and someone comes to us and says, I want to rezone this to R3, which it would allow up to 15 units per acre, then we're going to take a look at the overall development of the site and say, does this make sense? What are the compatible uses in the area? How does it blend in with the surroundings? Things of that nature. So. But you're more than welcome to reapply or apply for any type of zoning change.
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you for that commentary. Just want to make sure that there is a process through the zoning that, anything could be possible where, it conflicts with our 2040 plan, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's an automatic denial from that perspective. So I just want the public to understand that there is a process from that perspective, and most of these will go through with the zoning committee, and there'll be minutes and testimony and so forth, and anyone can object or approve or say I'm for it, against it from that perspective. I also do want to there's comments out there, as of right now, there's a comment about grandfathering, correct? The current use of that property does not, say it automatically changes to this new land use, correct? I just want to make sure.
That's correct. And as Colin pointed out, like the very first thing he said is that this is not a zoning change. This is just a future designation that, for the most part, in areas that are already developed, it's going to align with what's there. It's the areas where there's no development that it may not align. At that time, then, if there was to be a change, say we wanted to see something zoned residentially, but it gets zoned commercially instead, well, then we'd have to go back in, and Colin would have to make the change on the future map so it aligns with the current zoning as well.
Yeah, and I just want to, you guys made property rights, which I think that's fundamental as part of it. I just want people to understand that in no shape or form completely changes their current use of that property. So just wanted to make that commentary from that perspective. The other one, the agricultural, obviously the elephant in the room here, data center, potentially coming forward. So it has been designated as I2. Thank you for answering that question, but it's currently being used as agricultural, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Clerk, will you please call the roll? Aye.
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 Thank you. The item passes. Item 2 is an approval of the proposed funding agreement with Phantom Regiment, Inc., an Illinois not-for-profit corporation located at 5608 International Drive, and not to exceed the amount of $100,000 over 2 years, $60,000 in 2026 and $40,000 in 2027. The funding source is Casino Foundation funds. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Alderman Salgado?
Just real quick, I don't know if you can answer Mr. Cagnoni on this. I saw there was multiple programming and so forth. What exactly does the Phantom Regiment, is it, where do they get the kids? Is it competitive? Is it kind of like, say for example in soccer, right? We have club soccer out there and we compete, or we just perform, compete against each other, kind of like the Raptors or some other Rock Run or whatever other, what exactly does the Phantom Regiment, entail and, from that perspective?
Thank you, Alderman, and that's an excellent question, and they do all the above related to the examples that you provide. They do compete on a national level, but they also have a number of programs such as the Kingpins Drumlines program, which is for drumming for students with disabilities age 15 plus. They also do Rockford Rhythm, which is another youth program. Percussion and color guard assemble throughout the Rockford community. So, they've created these additional programs really to create a pipeline for the more competitive events and activities that they're located in.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Meeks?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Todd, for the response. I know that Rockford Rhythm has been active for some time in the community. I know it's gone through some changes. I believe it collaborated with another group called YAVO, Youths Against Violence Organization. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The other organization, or the other group with the disabilities, has that started?
I'm uncertain if that, I believe it has started, but I can't say for certain that it has.
Okay, but there's more than likely a possibility that if it has started, it's very fresh. It just kind of came online.
That is my understanding.
Okay. So I just want to make this comment. I'm just kind of really trying to understand how the process is. And I talked about this online, on social media, just the process of how nonprofits are coming forward, who is not necessarily allowed, because I feel like everyone has the ability to come to City Hall, make a request, and potentially get funding if it's a good enough request. But I am curious to know, is there, kind of a more formal process with regards to nonprofits and how they go about requesting funding for the city?
So that is an excellent question, Alderwoman, and they, those opportunities come about in a number of different ways. Whether that's a program that City Council has approved through the council process, in which there's an application process, or we have a number of events and activities that not-for-profits might come forward on that are less than $25,000, and we may provide funding to support that activity. And then there's larger requests that come in. Over the last several years, many of those have been aligned with our ARPA funding. This particular request was initiated on the city's end. From an administration level, as well as other organizations within the community, we had reached out to Phantom Regiment as an organization and as a community several years ago to lure them back to Rockford as their hometown. At that point in time, they had a number of personnel and activities, and their headquarters was no longer Rockford, Illinois. And through that effort, they were able to acquire a property in the East Rock Industrial Park and reestablish Rockford as their hometown. And as we've gone through that process, we also talked about additional programming that would be beneficial not only to them, as I mentioned earlier, in regards to creating their pipeline, but also outreach to the community. And as we had those conversations, we thought there was an opportunity that we could offset some of those costs, and then through that conversation is how this particular request came forward.
So did they discuss with you how they go about their outreach?
So, yes, and I certainly can't talk about that in great detail. They have a significant budget. So they have a significant and robust fundraising program as an overall organization. I don't know what their overall, I don't know what their total.
Budget? Is that what I heard?
I'm sorry?
You said they have a significant budget?
They do.
Okay. And they need our money because?
To help support and run these additional programs that we discussed.
And they can't do that with their significant budget?
I don't believe they could.
Okay. So, thank you. I don't really have any more questions.
I just have,
Alderman Salgado.
if I may, back to some of the commentary that was made here and questions. Is there a cost for these participants through the Phantom Regiment? Obviously, there's the instrument cost and so forth, and uniforms and so forth, but my question is it free to these participants, or is there a fee that they have to incur?
I don't know what the cost is. Much of the cost is being covered either by them or this grant proposal, so if there is a cost, it would be nominal.
Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for allowing me to speak on your committee. Mr. Cagnoni, do you know if Phantom Regiment is renting space right now?
They own property. Whether they rent additional space, I'm not certain. But
Okay, just want to know if these funds would be covering like rental fees for space or what have you. So
No, it would not.
thank you.
Alderman Salgado.
So I just want to make a similar commentary that Ms. Meeks has made, and I brought this up again. I think there needs to be a process of how we, get these recipients, these non-for-profits, or whoever it is that we're trying to give them some grant opportunities, because we have funding mechanisms. We have the casino revenue. We have the high risk. We've seen that portion of it, or wherever ARPA funding that comes out of it sometimes. And so I'd like to understand that more, what our commitments are, what have we got our bang for our buck per se from that perspective, because they are taxpayers' money from that perspective on some of these things, and so coming out of the general fund. So I'd like to, once again, because we had these budget discussions about the regrow and so forth, I honestly think that we need to have some sort of policy in place for that, to ensure that we understand how that process goes. You alluded to your process that you explained how this was approached. I'm not taking anything against Phantom Regiment. I think they're great. They do good things. I've seen some of the performances, and they compete. They go on parades, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's wonderful from that aspect of it. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning just, for clarification, transparency from that perspective of some of the decisions where this the casino money came from, whether it's ARPA, whether it's wherever these funds are, and what our commitments are from that perspective. So I'm not asking you a question. I'm just trying to express mutual things that Ms. Meeks has brought up, and we've seen a couple things that have come forward, and we've gotten challenged because we're tight on money. Our budget constraints, et cetera, et cetera. So just wanted to make sure that, hopefully down the road, we can come up with some sort of policy or procedures from the, particular with not-for-profits or whoever we need to enforce on that. So just, that's my commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Alderman Bell?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Cagnoni, can you share with us, I see the funding source is the Casino Foundation funds. Can you share with us of other projects that have been funded through this fund in the past since establishing this fund?
That's, off my memory, I don't recall what we have funded out of that program. I'd be happy to follow up with you. I just don't recall what off the top of my head, and I don't want to be wrong on that.
Do you know if we funded nonprofits through this fund previously?
We have,
maybe Director Haggerty can answer this.
Your mic's on.
So tourism grant and Rockford break are two examples that we would have funded. We've also funded other not-for-profits, but not necessarily with that funding source. That went through the council process. We had a dental program with Dr. Oates not that long ago, and I can't recall if we used this program or a different funding source. Thank you, Alderwoman. It was cannabis funds.
Sorry, just to clarify, the cannabis funds were used for the dental program?
Correct.
Okay, so back to this fund. You mentioned Rockford Break and tourism. I guess my understanding here in that is more focused on economic development? Previous investments?
It's it's one of multiple buckets within the casino funds that City Council could allocate funds to projects on.
Gotcha. Not seeing it here, this is not my committee, haven't done my due diligence in looking for what I'm going to ask. Is there like a summary or mission, vision, or statement that is directly under Casino Foundation funds and what this body has earmarked these dollars for?
Not a
Are there
mission.
certain pillars or rubric, I guess, that we follow in administering funds through this grant, or through this line item?
So there's not a mission statement or pillars, but I'd be happy to share the resolution that City Council approved that designated the funds and the language that was in that.
Thank you.
Alderman Beach?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oftentimes we look at money, investments, and we say, is there an ROI? Is there a return on the investment? And you take an organization like the Phantom Regiments, nationally known, internationally known, and every time they travel, every time they're introduced, every time they have a literature, it says Rockford, Illinois. That's a big deal to me, because very seldom do we invest in places where every time they go, they talk about us. They talk about our city, where we're located, the good about this city, its parks, its rivers. It's a great investment, if nothing else, than to tell our story over and over and over again. And I tell you, besides that, musically, there's student excellence. They're not just children learning, they're our children learning, but they're at the top of their game. They're professional in every aspect, coming from Rockford, Illinois. That makes me proud. And all the times we invest in things, and they're great things we invest in, this is one that showcases our community. And I think for $100,000, as it may come from these sources, is a great return on our investment for the city. That's my comment. Thank you.
Alderman Bell.
Thank you. Mr. Cagnoni, do you know if Phantom Regiment participates or collaborates with the Arts Council?
I believe they do, but I don't know to what level.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Clerk, will you please call the roll, please? Aye.
Aye.
No.
Thank you. The item passes. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. This meeting is adjourned.
Good evening. I'm going to call the Code and Regulation Committee meeting to order for tonight. If we could have the clerk please call the roll. Here. Thank you. We have 5 items on the agenda. Under committee reports, item 1 is 609 Kilburn Avenue. Zoning Board of Appeals recommends denial for a special use permit for planned use development consisting of a ground mount solar array within the existing parking lot, and B, variation to allow a chain link fence within the front yard along Acorn Street, and C, a variation to increase the fence height from 4 feet to 6 feet within the front yard along Acorn Street in an R2 two-family residential zoning district at 609 Kilburn Avenue. Greenlink Solar Solutions for the Boys and Girls Club of Rockford is the applicant, and I will make the motion to approve this. Is there a second? Second. Did you second? Yes. Okay. I was just going to note that this is was laid over for 30 days, and because of the Zoning Board of Appeals recommendation for denial, regardless of what the committee does tonight, this will require a 10-vote supermajority to be approved when it reaches City Council. Alderman Bell.
This is to our legal director, Hammer. Would it be appropriate right now, there's a motion on the floor, I'd like to make a motion to reverse the denial. Would we have to go through with?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like clarification on your motion to approve. Is it to sustain the ZBA's recommendation of denial or to reverse the ZBA's recommendation of denial?
My motion is to sustain the ZBA recommendation of denial.
Okay.
Follow-up question, Director Hammer. A no vote would make it what? Can you explain to us? I know we've been through this a few times now, but just for clarity for this committee.
So a yes vote would be in favor of sustaining the denial, and a no vote would be opposed to the denial.
Which would move forward saying at council that this committee, Codes and Regs, recommends approval?
Correct. If the motion to sustain the recommendation of denial fails, then it would come out as a recommendation to reverse. We would probably require that motion on the floor just so it's clean in the record.
And should Alderman Bonnie, or Chairman, our Chairman's motion fail to sustain it, where does that leave us?
Then we would need a motion to reverse the ZBA's denial of the item.
Okay. Just for this committee's, I am totally in favor of this project. For readability's sake, I'd ask that we'd move forward with reversing the denial and moving forward with that. So I'll make a second to your motion, sir.
You already had, I thought. Could I ask the legal director if, so regardless of whether the language is to reverse the regardless of whether there's language when it gets to council, to final vote at council to reverse the ZBA denial, that does not, I believe I asked the question outside of the meeting, that does not remove the requirement that we approve it by a supermajority because of the ZBA denial, correct?
That's correct. To overturn ZBA's recommendation of denial, it would require a supermajority at council.
If we wanted to remove that requirement, it would need to return to ZBA, and ZBA would need to change its vote.
Correct. It's statutorily required to overturn a denial recommended by ZBA.
So reversing, the reversal is just simply to avoid council confusion such as we had on the McDonald's vote?
Correct.
Okay. And so that could, if it happens, if it doesn't, I mean, if it happens at committee, I mean, it doesn't matter. If council approves, denies the ZBA recommendation, it's going to go to council. The language is reversed essentially automatically, right? Or no?
I didn't follow your question. You
So
listed there.
if the language, if we vote against the recommendation to deny, when it goes to council, it's the, and I think I'm asking the same question Alderman Bell did, just to make sure we all understand, that the motion that goes to council from this committee then is to
Reverse the denial.
correct.
Yes.
So we don't need a motion to reverse the denial at committee if we're simply going to vote against it.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, I guess just for,
Yes, I'm sorry, Alderman, your mic is still on.
I just made a suggestion for readability and so we could take away all of that confusion. And so now that I am a bit confused, I'm going to ask for clarity one more time. Because we have a motion on the floor and a second. And that motion is to sustain the denial from ZBA. So if I'm in favor of this project, I would be voting no.
You would be
Sustain the denial.
no. If you are in favor of this project, you would be voting no on the motion to sustain the denial.
I am for this project. I will be voting no. Thank you.
Alderwoman Prunty.
I just have a quick question. Chairman, could,
Sorry, Alderwoman Prunty, can you use your microphone?
could someone also just not second it, and then what would happen if they were to withdraw their second?
I think not seconding it would prevent it from moving forward to council. Legal can confirm that.
That's correct. A motion would require a second for a vote at committee.
But it's already been seconded. So any other questions or comments on the motion to sustain denial of the ZBA recommendation? Alderwoman Meeks.
I'm sorry if this is wrong timing, but, and thank you for allowing me to speak on your committee. Can I just get a clearer understanding of where the denial came into play? Why it was denied by ZBA? Like, what were the reasons that it was denied? Can you break that down for me, please?
Sure. Well, a lot of it was based on the staff recommendation of denial because we felt like they didn't, putting a freestanding solar panels in a parking lot just didn't seem to make good sense. And in addition to that, having a 6-foot tall chain link fence in a front yard did not seem like a very reasonable thing to do since we're getting away from having, number one, tall fences in front yards, and number two, having chain link in front yards. So we thought there was other options that could have been pursued. If they wanted to have additional solar, we encouraged them to build a canopy over the parking lot and put solar on top of it. It would not even have to come to the zoning board then. But also, they have green space over to the east side of the property. That could have been another location in which they could have located this and not taken up some of the parking, and then had the chain link and taller fencing away from the front yard. So those were some of the reasons why.
Just with regards to the parking really quick, is how much parking will they be taking away?
20 spaces.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Following up on that, and in the packet, I think it's made clear that the Boys and Girls Club has indicated they don't need that parking, and by our own ordinance, they don't need it as well, right? They would still have more than enough parking to meet the requirements of our zoning ordinance with the loss of this parking.
That would be correct. Sometimes from a staff perspective, you can say yes. As a zoning officer, I can make that decision that yes, they have enough parking, they meet the parking requirements. But a lot of times you have to look towards the future. So if this building is not going to be the Boys and Girls Clubs in the future, then I have to look at what's going to happen in the future if this building was repurposed. Then they're probably not going to meet parking. And yet we're going to have a 20 or 25-year solar lease. And so that's another issue. So.
Sure. And just to be clear, I'm also supporting this proposal, so I'll also be voting no. But Mr. Capovilla, can you also explain the 6-foot fence requirement? From a previous conversation we had, my understanding is there's sort of a conflict here where if the 6-foot fence is not simply desired by the applicant, but it's required by state law for a solar ground level solar operation. So there's a conflict between what would be required if we approve this by the state and what is not allowed under our zoning ordinance.
Yeah, I believe that they do require a 6-foot tall fence around a certain size of freestanding solar. Obviously, if it was just a couple of panels in someone's backyard, which could be acceptable, that wouldn't be required. But in this case, yes, I believe due to the size of it, it would have to have a fence that's at least 6 feet tall.
Thank you. And then also I just wanted to make the comment that in my opinion, if we were to require these solar panels to be installed on green space, it's a Boys and Girls Club, we'd be taking what I assume would be valuable green space out of play instead of taking out asphalt that the Boys and Girls Club is indicating they don't really need right now. To me, that's actually preferable. And I think the idea that the Boys and Girls Club is, of course, anything can happen, but I think there's been a lot of investment of funds in that particular facility, I believe to the tune of $2 million by the Boys and Girls Club. So I don't see the Boys and Girls Club leaving that facility, and I don't know how long the Boys and Girls Club has operated in Rockford, but for very long time, I don't see the Boys and Girls Club going away either. So I'm not sure that those are great arguments to deny it. But I believe Alderman Trina and then Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. My first question is, can you explain to me what the process is about engaging with the immediate neighbors when we install a solar panel? So for example, I know that this property backs up to Horseman, which is residential. Do we reach out to the neighbors? Is there a ordinance or anything in place, or our procedure for doing that, to engage with the surrounding area before we would install a solar panel?
So all of the adjacent neighbors were notified of the Zoning Board of Appeals hearing So anybody that's adjacent to the property would have been given a notification that this is the request that went through, I believe it was back in February, the February meeting.
So when you say adjacent, what does that mean?
So adjacent neighbor would be if you draw straight lines from the Boys and Girls Club property, north, south, east, and west. Anybody who falls within those lines then would be notified.
Okay, and then you said that you were talking about the denial and there being like maybe some area on the east of their property that you would have suggested they put it there. Do you remember what the response was as to why they didn't choose that grass area, I guess, versus the parking lot?
Their preference was to leave the green area alone. Part of it is used as a playground, and I think they do have a couple of community gardens over there. They did not want, they were talking about potentially expanding some of those things, but you know, it was the suggestion from staff that they could incorporate those.
Because I thought I looked at, because I didn't get a chance to drive over there, but I was looking at Google Maps. So there isn't like just as I remembered it, there isn't the area that's just an open grassy area. Like I saw playground equipment and all that kind of stuff. There isn't some other open area on this grounds, and no. Okay, I didn't think so. Okay. That's all for now, thanks.
Thank you. And Alderwoman Wilkins.
That was my question as well, about the movement on there. I guess I'll go on record and state that I won't be supporting this tonight, simply because I do not agree with the freestanding solar panels on the ground. Aesthetically, especially at that location right there by Kilburn, it just doesn't make sense to me. As a couple of you just pointed out, there's a playground, there's a community garden on the other side. There are kids playing over there all the time, unaccompanied by a parent, by the way. And so for a chain link fence to be there and to think about what can happen while at this community center is a public safety issue, so I will not be supporting this tonight. But I'd be happy to support this if we did find a resolution to moving the ground solar. That's the only issue I have with this project, so I wanted to be clear on that. Everything else was a green light for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Alderman Bell.
I just want to say thank you all for your comments. Wanted to expand on some of the conversation. One being that this proposed solar site is far away from both the building door or the building in the entrance and from the playground, which sits on a plot of land that is basically shared with the church right behind the Boys and Girls Club. And so I think that is one of the reasons in talking with the Boys and Girls Club that they did not choose that site, is because, one, they share with the church, but also the boys and girls at the club play soccer and football and get to spend time outside on that only piece of land that they have that's safe around their campus. Given the fact that, you know, Kilburn is a pretty busy street, they're able to play closer into the neighborhood. And so, you know, I frequent at the Boys and Girls Club almost every day, and I'd say, you know, going through this process, I've had many conversations. One thing I'd like to highlight is that, and I don't believe that it's in this packet, but this is not just a solar installation. This is also a part of a workforce development opportunity. Zion West is a part of the CEJA hub here in our region and has done an amazing job at training up and getting individuals certified and giving them an opportunity at a better career. And GreenLink has stepped up in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club in a time that it's very hard for individuals who are going through this CEJA hub to not get certified, but then use that certification and get into the workforce. And so through conversations with members of this committee, through talking about this project, we wanted to make sure that Zion West and their graduates had an opportunity at actually getting hands-on experience on this project. And so excited to share that GreenLink has committed to 3 individuals from the CEJA hub to be on this project, on this development, in partnership with Zion West, the Boys and Girls Club, and GreenLink. Thank you.
Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you. And I do want to give a shout out to the alderman, I don't even know how to address you right now, the alderman of the 13th Ward for his commitment to this. I know he's been working really hard with the developers and other organizations, especially advocating for the workforce development on this. And that is something that and thank you for mentioning that, that was something I meant to address. I didn't see that in the packet either, so I know that there may have been communications, but I didn't see anything in writing, and I would like to see that in writing before I would approve this into the contract, so we can make sure that that is adhered to with that workforce development piece, if this does go through tonight.
Would you like to propose an amendment?
At this time, no.
Alderman Frost.
Thank you. With respect to this last issue with the CEJA hub, I'd be hopeful and think that no matter where the solar panels were installed throughout the city, that those folks with workforce development could work with them at any site, not specific to this site. My big concern is also, just opening up a can of worms with people that have parking lots throughout the city in a dense or urban area, or Woodman's, right? Woodman's wants to put in solar panels in their parking lot because they have excess spaces. Not that they do, but anyone could come forward and really expand the use of solar. Sometimes just things don't work, right? I mean, my house faces the north. When when the solicitors came through my neighborhood a couple years ago and were convincing people to put up solar, they said because of the roof lines on my house and the grade that, I had to take a pass, right? So I just don't know if it just because you want something, it always is feasible with your specific property. We just spent some time on land use, and land use is individual, and it does go to your specific lot in your parcel of land. So if there's a playground there, and obviously I think that's for the Boys and Girls Club probably a much higher use and priority to use that than solar, then maybe you just can't have it both ways. But to allow it to go into a parking lot, as I think the ZBA and staff will notice, and then having a fence line around it, it's not conducive to the city trying to, put dollars into Kilburn Street in a way that people take into the downtown area and exiting our city. It just doesn't seem like the highest and best use of a parking lot. Thank you.
Alderwoman Turina.
Thank you. I also just want to go on record. Well, I think there's some things that we know I'm just pretty much consistent on. I'm typically not a big proponent for solar panels due to the fact that there was a ZBA denial, staff denial, and I'm all for changing precedents, but not for solar panels. So I'm going to be a yes to sustain the denial. For now, I could be persuaded perhaps with some new information, but for now, tonight, I am going to be a yes to sustain the denial on this one. Thank you.
Alderwoman Turina. Alderman Bell.
Yeah, I'll just say, Alderwoman Turina, I will persuade you with facts over the coming weeks just to clear the air there. Just want to make sure that it's on the record. Few things. There have been comments about the chain link fence, and totally understand where you all are coming from with that. I do want to note, though, that there's a similar project on a Boys and Girls Club's property that is right outside of the Black Hawk Boys and Girls Club in in the Black Hawk housing area as well. And it has basically the same similar setup with chain link fence, solar in the inside, and the community has done really well with it being there. I'd also want to note that I believe I sent it to this committee, each member of this committee, but there's one thing on the mock that we were given that I want to highlight, and that's also on the chain link fence in the Black Hawk area, is that there are educational billboards or banners on the fence for the young people or the community rather, to be educated on what solar panels are and what they do when it comes to sustainable energy. It was just really cool to see that they had superheroes on that mock, as they do at the Black Hawk Boys and Girls Club. Probably have two more things. We do have a member of Greenlink Energy, the developer here. I would ask, without objection of this body, can we allow them to share just a little bit more about this project? I'd make a motion, or I guess ask Chairman without any objection.
I mean, we do that from time to time. Why don't you make a motion?
Make a motion to have the developer speak.
Is there a second? Seeing none. Are there any other questions or comments? Alderman Bell.
Yeah, with respect to my colleague on this committee in the 7th Ward, I want to make a motion to lay this item over for 2 more weeks and to get that language in the packet when it comes to the workforce development agreement, but also to address the chain link fence issue, and potentially have conversations on, and now that we hear it from this body, if there's another proposed location that they may have, understanding it still would need to go back to ZBA and go through that process. But before moving this forward to City Council, I'd like a moment to just take a step back and go back to allow the developer to go back to the drawing board over the next week or so to address some of the concerns that this committee has. Make a motion to do that.
Sorry, second? So there's a motion and a second to lay this over. Are there any questions or comments on the motion to lay over? So I do have some questions. So we laid this over, I believe, on your motion, Alderman Bell, previously for 30 days, which is longer than we normally lay over. And Mr. Capavella can correct me if I'm wrong, but nothing has changed in the packet from then to now, correct?
That's correct.
So I don't see the need for a layover. I mean, if this workforce development piece could have, and in my opinion, should have been included during that 30 days, and could still be included if somebody wanted to amend this on the floor to require it, which I suggested to 7th Ward Alderman. So I really see no reason for a layover when this has already been laid over for 30 days. Alderman Bell.
Yeah, I'd push back a little bit. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a rush in getting, somebody else's project through if there are questions from the body that is here to approve their project. I think allowing them to go back to the drawing board and make the changes that this committee is speaking about to get an approval. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're here to make the right informed decision, and if we know here publicly that there's information that is lacking and the developer's here and willing to wait another 2 weeks and go back to the drawing board. I'd also make, a rebuttal to your comment of there's not a reason why we should lay it over for another 2 weeks. Well, we didn't give them a public suggestion that that's something we wanted in the packet. I'd agree with the Alderwoman in the 7th Ward that it should be on paper as we approve this to ensure that commitment is followed through And I have no doubt in my mind that with the awesome stakeholders a part of this project, that they'd come to an agreement and put that on paper. So again, I'd ask for you guys' support for another 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. Legal Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, the next meeting of committee is in 3 weeks, just because of the schedule.
Even better, thank you.
Alderwoman Trina?
To talk about, I appreciate the alderman bringing up the Black Hawk Boys and Girls Club, but the reason why that one is different to me is because, and you can look it up on Google Maps, that is not right on the street. This solar panel, you're gonna drive through and see this thing. This is set way far back on the property in a grassy area, not on the parking lot, and behind the building. So it's not even within sight. I actually just visited this particular Boys and Girls Club like last month. I didn't even see the panel there. So it's not aesthetically obtrusive as what we're proposing at Kilburn. So I don't know that that was a great comparison, but thank you.
Thank you. Actually, and I have another question for the Legal Director. If this committee would prefer to lay this over rather than amend it to require the workforce development agreement to be in it, that could also be required, that could also be done as an amendment at council, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So again, I just do not see the need for a layover for 3 weeks of an item that was laid over for 30 days and nothing was done with it for 30 days. Are there any other questions or comments? Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Chairman. To the 5th Ward Alderwoman, I just want to share that my comments regarding the solar project in your ward at the Black Hawk Community Center was not necessarily a comparison to the visibility from the street. It was a comparison from conversations being had about children playing in the area. So just want to clarify, that was where I was coming from that perspective. So I also, Chairman, again, I don't think we need to rush making a decision. This gives us an opportunity as an individual who's in favor, and I know you are too, that we can go back with the developer and make sure that they have all of their ducks in a row in getting the information that this body has suggested. Thank you. I'll call the question, though.
Okay, we have a motion to lay over item 1 and a second. Can you call the roll, please, clerk? No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item is laid over. Item 2, 1616 South Main Street. Traffic Commission recommends approval to establish a no parking restriction from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday on the north side of Graham Street from 70 feet east of South Main Street to 160 feet east of South Main Street. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Are there any questions or comments on item 2? Alderwoman Trina.
Much. Mr. Carter, can you explain, it looks like they're obviously both together. Can you explain the reason why the business is looking for this? Is it just so they can have that loading zone?
So, yeah, the business came saying that there was parking. They believe that people are parking on Graham and then riding public transportation downtown to their jobs. And that parking is keeping them from being able to get trucks in and out of their loading facilities.
Like 52-foot trailer type trucks?
So I think,
Semis,
I don't know that they're the large, like 60-foot semis, but even getting single unit trucks, they were saying they were having difficulty because of the cars on one side or the other. Some of them are blocking loading docks, some of them are across the street to where it's tougher to angle in and back into loading docks.
and they just want it Monday through Friday. Well, obviously, that's when business hours. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments on item 2? Alderwoman Prunty.
Thank you. Why would somebody want to park there and then take public transportation to work downtown? Is there a parking issue?
Because our parking passes range from $39 a month to $84 a month, possibly.
And so if this were to pass, people would be told not to park here. Do you see the economic impact? So how many cars are we talking about?
I don't know that I can answer that. When this was a complaint that came from the business. When I went out to visit it, I did not necessarily see the issue. They did provide some pictures during the traffic commission, but I mean the pictures showed 4 or 5 cars.
And you said ours is $39 a month?
Between 39 and 82, depending on where you're parking. 84, excuse me.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Alderman Thunberg.
Oh, yeah. For everyone's sake, I'll keep this quick. I was a runner for a summer back in the day for Miller Engineering, and just to let you know that it is not uncommon for them to be bringing trucks, or could be pickup trucks, could be heavy duty trucks of that sort, with trailers that contain lifts and different equipment. So it may not be semi-trucks all the time by any means, but there are trucks with trailers, or heavy-duty trucks with trailers trying to get in and out of that place. And I was one of them that was doing it one summer. Thanks, Miller Engineering.
Alderman Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I guess just for clarity, I'm sorry. This is 1616 South Main Street. They're parking, I'm looking at it on Street View. They're parking on the street?
The citizens, yes, are parking on Graham.
Understood. Sorry. I thought they were parking on Main Street. Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions or comments? Just a point of clarification, this is the 5th Ward, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, seeing no other questions or comments, Clerk, can we also have a roll call on this one? Aye. Motion carries. Item 3 is 1616 South Main Street and Graham Street. Traffic Commission recommends approval to establish a commercial loading zone restriction on the south side of Graham Street from South Main Street to 70 feet east of South Main Street. Is there a motion to approve? I'll second. Are there any questions or comments on item 3? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 4, First Street official car parking. Traffic Commission recommends approval to establish an official car parking only restriction on the west side of First Street from 145 feet south of Walnut Street to 195 feet south of Walnut Street. Is there a motion to approve? I'll second by Alderwoman Tarina. Are there any questions or comments on item 4? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And item 5 is Traffic Commission recommends that no action be taken on the following item. A request to establish all-way stop control at the intersection of Calvin Park Boulevard and Greenwood Avenue, thus repealing the existing traffic control of Greenwood Avenue stopping for Calvin Park Boulevard. Is there a motion to approve? I'll second. Are there any questions or comments on item 5? Alderman Bell.
Sure. Was there a traffic study done on this? Can you
Yes.
kind of just walk us through why this is in front of us?
Well, the request was made by a resident on Calvin Park Boulevard. The Traffic Commission recommended no action. Based on the traffic counts that were done there and the accident study that was done, the traffic volumes, for you to have an all-way stop, normally you want the traffic volumes to be generally close to each other. The traffic on Calvin Park is about, I think, 5 times more than the traffic on Greenwood. And there's not really a history of accidents, so the Traffic Commission kind of felt that it's not broken, so why fix it?
Thank you.
Alderwoman Torino.
Mr. Carter, can you help me understand, like, so a resident wants a stop sign. That seems like, that's easy. Give it to them, you know, it's for safety. It's 2-way, make it 4.
Sure.
Sometimes there's a flip side to that, right? Like, some reasoning that you guys go through to say, well, sometimes it's not always the safest option. Can you just talk through what, like, some of that with this particular decision?
Sure. A lot of times citizens are wanting stop signs put in to control speeds. The manual and uniform traffic control devices specifically says stop signs should not be placed to control speeds because they don't work. While cars may stop and slow down, most studies show that the speed 200 feet before a stop sign is the same speed 200 feet after it, meaning that people jam on their brakes and then they gun it at the stop sign. And sometimes they go faster because they perceive that you've stolen 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi of their life, and now they need to get that back by going faster. In addition, drivers know when stop signs need to be there. And if they come to it and there's never another car, they start to not pay attention to it, and it can create a false sense of confidence to people who are crossing the road thinking, oh, that person's going to stop. Well, that person's gone through that intersection 500 times and has never needed to stop before. And so we only recommend normally putting them in when the traffic volumes are relatively similar. Making all the cars on Calvin Park, 5 times as many cars stop on Calvin Park when there may not be any cars on Greenwood just has the potential to get people to not pay attention to the stop sign. So.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions or comments on item 5? Alderwoman Prenti.
Just have a quick question. Thank you for saying that you did a traffic study. And what was the outcome? Is this the outcome?
So when someone makes a stop sign request, we go out and we will do counts for 2 hours during peak morning rush hour and counts during evening rush hour to understand what the traffic is doing at the intersection. In addition, we do a study of the accidents at the intersection, how many there have been in the last 5 years. That information is given to the Traffic Commission to kind of help them make a decision on whether there's an issue there. In this case, as I said, the volumes weren't necessarily balanced and there really weren't any accidents at the intersection. So when there's low traffic volumes and no accidents, very seldom does the Traffic Commission recommend adding more stop signs.
Thank you.
Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Carter, when is the next ZBA meeting? I know the previous one was canceled because of the election. When's the next one?
The next ZBA meeting?
Or traffic?
Oh,
well,
next,
same day, right?
No.
No. Traffic Commission is the second Wednesday of the month, which I believe is the 9th in April.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thought they were on the same day. No. Oh, liquor and, okay.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, let's, I guess, have a roll call vote on this one, too. Aye. Motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn? All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned.
Welcome to the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting held tonight, Monday, March 23rd, 2026. Sir Clerk, you please take order, or please take roll. Here. Thank you. Our first item is a financial discussion on February of 2026. Ms. Haggerty. Welcome.
Thank you. So it is very early in the fiscal year, so difficult to draw any conclusions based on the information we have so far. Many of our major revenue sources we haven't received first disbursements on yet, but as you can see here, income tax slightly over budget and replacement tax under budget year to date. The rest of our revenue sources are almost all showing under budget year to date, just really due to timing. So we would expect as the year progresses that those will catch up. On the general fund expense side, all budget units are currently under budget. Again, as we wrap up 2025 expenses and transition into 2026 budget, we would expect these expenses to catch up as the year progresses, but year to date, we're about 20% under budget. On the CIP revenue, after 2 disbursements of MFT, we're about 3% over budget. Year to date, no CIP sales tax received yet. And in the redevelopment fund, we're showing slightly under budget year to date in all revenue sources. So happy to answer any specific questions anyone has.
Alderman Salgado.
Yeah, just real quick, I know that you said that it could be timing, but I saw the hotel tax 10.8%. Is that pretty standard, or we're lagging? Will we catch up?
Yeah, so we collect all of the local sales taxes here in finance, so we don't have the same delay as the statewide revenues. So I know that we have a couple of hotels that are a little bit behind in remittance, and we go through our normal collection process in order to get those hotels into compliance. I would anticipate that there will be some catch up here. Hopefully that right now after 2 months, we're at 19% under budget. Our hope is that trend does not continue.
Any other questions?
Yes, seasonal, right.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on item 2 is informational only. It relates to a change order to Elks Club due to removal of the stained glass windows, additional asbestos abatement, and sidewalk replacement costs. And most of these were previously unknown conditions and were required to address safety concerns and restore safe pedestrian access. Does anyone have any questions? It's information only. We don't need to vote on it. Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak again. Just a quick question. I know these are public safety concerns that were unforeseen. We didn't know at the time, but just want to get a process when it comes to these change orders, because it is 34% increase from the 233,108 that we agreed. I didn't see of up to, say, 300,000, 400,000. Just want to get clarity on that, because from my perspective, it is about give or take about $70,000 to $75,000 additional cost that we're incurring. And I understand that it's a public safety sidewalk replacement and so forth, but just want to understand that process, because I don't know. I just feel that it's quite significant from that perspective, and it would have been great to at least say up to 400,000, and I understand that there's a lot of unforeseen things going on, but to secure the facility and the tear down after the tear down. So just wanted to get some clarity on that process.
Go ahead, yeah. So anything under 25,000, we assume that the requirement is to come back to council when it's over 25,000 more. The first two change orders were done beforehand. This last one just came in. The sidewalk was needing to be repaired, and that's why it's coming forward as an info only, as an emergency change order due to the safety concerns. So normally, if it's anything over 25, we would normally try to come to council if it's something we can bring to you for approval ahead of time. So when there's safety concerns, that's why it's coming as an info only.
Yeah, just to add to that too, these were all changes that were not included in the original bid specification. So the ask to remove the windows was after the fact. Additional asbestos abatement, we provide them with an asbestos report, and if additional asbestos is discovered outside of the report that we provide, they have to abate that legally, that they're required to do so. So that was a change order outside of the specifications as we provided to the demo contractor. On the sidewalk replacement, which obviously is the largest component here, there were some site conditions that we were unaware of at the time the bid was let, and could not disclose that there were some foundation pieces that ran under the sidewalk to all of the bidders. So that was discovered once the demolition began, and we had to make that pivot and require not only the sidewalks to be torn up so the demolition could be completed, but then obviously the restoration of the sidewalks for safety reasons after the fact. So generally, if it's a change order that is intended to achieve the original scope of the contract as we have defined it, and we encounter field conditions that require or necessitate a change, we authorize, and that's outlined in our purchasing ordinance, staff to make those decisions in the field and then report back to council the required additional cost. This was not something that could have been foreseen by the contractor necessarily.
Yeah. I'm just going to respond real quick. Not directly anyone, but just from my standpoint, I just thank you for bringing this to our attention. But once again, the commentary said, a change order was less than 25,000, one, and two, I could split it up or whatever. I'm not saying that that's what happened, because these are three different instances of different things. But I just, from my perspective, typically when, I see some of this, you see a 10% deviation from a change order perspective, right? So, it's a lot. I just wish that it would have come back to city council for this perspective, because it is about $75,000, 70 to 75 additional to what it was. I think we did the right thing here in stabilizing some of these things that we've done. But I just, from my perspective, it just jumps out at me, and I just feel that it should come back to city council from that perspective. Thank you.
Well, I would just comment, there are times with respect to lots of construction projects, water mains especially, where something comes up in the field that's discovered, and it has to be addressed, frankly, in an acute situation. So that, in this case, the city, for change orders 1, 2, and 3, they clearly were the ones asking for the change orders. And so, the original contracts still remained at 233. The change orders were all specified by the city based on what they found, whether it was the asbestos or the need to remedy the sidewalk situation. So you can't have a contract. The contract was for 233. You can't have a contract for up to 400 grand and say, well, if you find X, Y, or Z, because it wouldn't be fair, and you'd frankly have no contractors bidding on them because they'd have no no definition of what their exposures could be. So in this case, I think the city frankly did everything they possibly could adequately. Thank you. Moving on to committee reports. Item number 1 is an approval of vouchers in the amount of $10,995,740.64. Is there a motion to approve vouchers? Any questions or comments on vouchers? Alderman Toomberg.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just wondering, does the city have on travel costs comes to flying to other cities, anything on seat assignments, additional fees for seat assignments? I know it's a small cost overall, but I'm wondering what the nature is for travel and that additional fees for seat assignments.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Haggerty.
We would generally expect the employee to, and oftentimes employees aren't finding their own air travel arrangements. There are staff, particularly in our larger departments, that handle those arrangements directly. But we would expect the lowest cost option to be selected unless there is some sort of medical or other justification why some higher cost seating arrangement would be necessary.
Okay, and just to specify there, I can see possibly in certain circumstances where maybe it's necessary, but it is distinguished between the airfare and then an additional cost for seat assignment. So it's pretty cut and dry that there is an additional cost there specifying seat assignment. So just wanted to see on what the city's take on that is. Thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 2 is approval of an IGA between the city and Fort River Sanitation for 11th Street improvements in the amount of $169,807, which we reimburse to the city at 100%. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just help me once again understand why, if we are 100% reimbursed, we have to put it out. Why aren't they paying for it up front?
Sure. So you're asking, why do we have to put up the money for them to reimburse us?
Yes.
The contract is through the city of Rockford for the construction of the project. So there's no mechanism to where the Four Rivers can directly get the invoice to pay directly to the contractor, because the contract is through the city of Rockford.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Moving on to resolutions. Item 1 is an award of bid for the 11th Street Corridor Improvements Phase 2 to Fisher Excavating in the amount of $9,698,143.27. The contract duration is through October 31, 2026. The funding sources are the 1% infrastructure sales tax, water replacement, and improvement account. Is there a motion to approve the bid? Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 2 is an award of engineering agreement for the 11th Street Corridor Improvements Phase 2 to Fair Graham in the amount of $593,000. The contract duration is through December 31, 2027. The funding source is the 1% infrastructure sales tax. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 3 is award of engineering agreement for land acquisition for the High Crest multi-use path to Hanson Professional Services, the amount of $120,000. The contract duration is through 2026. The funding sources are the 1% infrastructure sales tax, the MFT funds, and the Illinois Transportation Enhancement Program grant funds. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments for staff on High Crest? Alderman Toonberg.
Thank you, Chairman. How many homes, again, are along this route on High Crest?
Homes?
Yeah.
75, I believe, around there.
And it looks like, I think, 17 between Spring Creek and High Crest, that there would be possible land acquisition.
Yes, land acquisition also includes temporary construction easements.
Correct, okay. Thank you.
All right. Alderman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I remember this was on again, then off again, then on again. Understanding this is land acquisition right here, when would we expect shovels to start hitting dirt on this project?
If land acquisition goes well, I would expect next spring for shovels to be has to be at work on it.
And then probably one season overall to take care of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 4 is award a bid for citywide street repairs Group 1 to Rock Road Companies in the amount of $387,373. The contract duration is through June 26, 2026. The funding source is the 1% infrastructure sales tax, and these are for roads that are in the downtown area, I think by RMTD. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? I just had a question. I saw that they're basically around the new construction of RMTD. Is there a joint venture? Are they participating in it, or just because there are roads, we have 100% of them?
It's because of the development. We're supporting that development. The roads were in poor condition, prior to the development, so we wanted to wait till after the construction, all the heavy equipment and so forth, and to clean everything up.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 5 is the award of bid for the Rockford Peace Center roof replacement to Miller Engineering in the amount of $1,038,000. The funding sources are the Winnebago County Mental Health Tax Grant, DCO funds, and the American Rescue Act Family Peace Center funds. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 6 is an award of bid for gray iron sewer castings to Zimmer and Frankenson, an estimated annual amount of $75,000. The contract duration is through December 31, 2026, with 4 optional one-year extension options. Annual price adjustments for CPI will be considered a contract renewal only, and the funding source is the Street and Water Division operating budgets. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 7 is award of professional services contract for the 2026 Brownfields Assessment Assistance to Fair Graham in the amount of $125,000. It is a one-year contract, and the funding source is the Community and Economic Development operating budget. Is there a motion to approve the contract?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? Alderman Meeks.
So much for allowing me to speak, and this is just a random general question. Is Fair Graham the only engineering and environmental firm in the city of Rockford?
Who would like to answer that?
Yes.
It is?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alderman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just noticed that there, in the memo, it said there were several sites and brownfields-related assessment and cleanup activities that were ineligible for federal grant funds. What makes some properties eligible and then other of these several ones ineligible for?
One of the issues we run into, a lot of these older sites were acquired, and they didn't meet the eligibility criteria of the federal grant money, so we can't spend money on them. Probably one of the biggest limitations we have in the Brownfields program is the Southeast Rockford Superfund site. When they originally sent the boundaries of that, they put it at Rock River to the west, Mulford Road to the east, Broadway to the north, and Sandy Hollow to the south, which is about 8 square miles. Unfortunately, with federal funding, Brownfields funding, if a site, even if it isn't a source area, is in a Superfund area, it won't be eligible to use Brownfields grant funds. So it puts a pretty big limitation to us on one of the most oldest industrial areas of our city when we can't use federal funding there. So this helps get some of these sites off the ground.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 8 is acceptance of community solutions to receive a case for community investment built for zero intervention for unsheltered homeless grant award in the amount of $132,000. It does not require a cost match. It is effective from March 1, 2026 through February 20, 2027. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item number 9 is an award of joint purchasing contract for infrastructure for the VoIP phone system to Ring Central, an estimated annual amount of $211,000 for a total contract amount of $938,864.52, which includes a $95,865 first-year consulting and implementation fee. The contract is for 1 year with 3 possible one-year extension options. The funding source is the Information Technology and Integration Operating Budget. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Oh, Alderman Beach, you have your hand up? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Oh, okay. All right. All those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Before we adjourn, there appears to be on this docket a motion to convene into closed session in order to discuss labor negotiation matters and land acquisition matters as well. Is there a motion to go into closed session? All right. All those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Thank you. We will convene into closed session. Kurt, I'm flying out first thing in the morning. Going to Colorado to ski. I know.
Where are you going?
The Vale. All right, we're back in open session. Is there a motion to adjourn the Finance and Personnel meeting? All right. All those in favor of adjourning the F&P meeting, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.